on the end, it's easier to get up. Yeah, it is. It still is.
Put your hands up.
Everyone to the 2022, welcome to the 2022 Pickering Public Library ReMakerFest, where we celebrate everything related to sustainability. Join us today as we bring you a variety of hands-on events and activities and workshops. Be sure to check out our other stream at pickeringlibrary.ca/makerfest as well for more activities. Hope you have a great day.
Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. Hi. How's everybody doing? Is everybody excited to be doing some crafts today? Yeah. Woo! Okay, I promised today we're going to be starting off with a paper pinwheel. I do have an example right here. You can see that. It's fairly easy to make. You can use it with any recycled paper, even wrapping paper. It's just simple folding motion that we're gonna do, and then we're gonna spin it in a circle. All right, this can be used for decorations, for gifts, for parties, okay? So we're gonna start with, everybody has a paper in front of them, right? You might have stars, you might have circles, or you might have stripes. Woo! And what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this and we're gonna fold it back and forth, okay? Can everybody do that? So we're gonna start at the very, very top, and we're gonna just take a little bit, maybe about the size of your finger, and we're just gonna fold that much down. Okay, has everybody done that? Just one finger length down. And now we're gonna fold it, or turn it to the other side, and you're gonna fold it backwards. Okay? And when we do that, it's gonna make a little accordion. Okay, so now you're gonna flip it around again, and you're gonna fold it back again, that same size. And we're gonna keep doing this back and forth, flipping over again, folding down, and flipping over again, and folding down. Just like that, and you're gonna do the whole thing. All right? And afterwards, when it's done, it'll look something like this, like an accordion. It's a lot of work, but at the end, it can be really cool. And you can do it with any type of shapes that you have. So like we did stars, we have circles, we have stripes, and each one will have different designs at the end of it. It's a lot of work. It takes a lot of time. But it looks really cool. Yeah, yeah. You can make flowers. You can make even pinwheels that blow in the wind. Yeah, and for those ones, you would just have to stick a tape to it and then just let the wind do the work. We're going to keep doing that back and forth. back and forth. Oh, some of you guys are really quick at this. You're doing a really good job. And if you do bigger folds, it'll make a higher flower. It'll be higher than these. If you do smaller folds, it'll be really tiny flower.
Do you want tiny?
It's whatever size you want, but sometimes the smaller might be better because then you can get more of the design and it looks cooler at the end.
How long is this does it actually take?
Yeah, it depends on how long it takes. As long as you know, it takes to fold. That's okay. Woo.
Keep the accordion flat.
Ooh. See, mine isn't the most even. It's getting a little bigger as I go on, but that's okay. I can always make it smaller again. Hello. Ooh. You get a little accordion at the end.
Keep going.
Yeah, take your time. It's really hard because especially if you want to keep it smaller, it takes a lot of folding on that line. Woo. And I got an accordion.
The best kind, ones that don't make that much noise.
Yep. Yeah. I'm going to borrow your tape really quick.
I need tape.
Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll get there.
It's not taking it here, it's taking some.
I'm taking some. Yeah, there should be tape on
On the
everybody's desk.
Makerspace
If
and
at home,
Technology
you might need
page,
tape
there
as
is also
well.
a section for upcoming featured events. To see all of our upcoming Technology and Makerspace programming, click on View More Events.
Yeah.
We will now be running events
You guys
both
tape the
in
tape?
person and online, so please check before registering. You can also click on the Events tab in the main toolbar to see all of our upcoming events.
So those done with your circles or your accordions, you're gonna turn it into a
Our staff
circle.
are working hard to
It's
make
okay
other
if it
products
bounces up,
available to
that's
clients
completely
soon.
fine.
Please check back
You're just gonna
regularly
take it,
as
you're
more
gonna
things
put
are
it in a
added to the
circle,
Pickering Public Library
And you're gonna
Makerspace.
tape the
We look
two
forward
ends
to
together
seeing
on the
you
other
soon.
side. So when you tape it together, it's okay either way. You're just gonna put it together and you're gonna tape the other side. Don't worry, it'll look like a weird little circle afterwards, but you'll see what it turns out to be. It's gonna pop up, pop up. Alright. Ooh, now you also have, one of those crowns sometimes people wear? Yeah, they're never big enough. Don't really fit your head anymore. It's okay.
Stay up. Yes. Yes. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So once you have your little crown circle, you're going to just fold it in. It's going to be hard to keep it down, but you're going to try to fold it in
Help me.
and to make it a circle. Ooh, it's a little difficult. It's going to look like a circle. Quick, quick, get the tape. Get the tape. Yep.
Are we done?
Not yet. So once you have your circle, it's not going to stay down, and that's okay. Everybody does have a little circle right here. And you're going to tape this down to hold it all together. Right, yeah, it makes a little soft. Yep, so you have tape, and you're just going to put tape on the end of the circle. Just going to put tape on the circle. And when you hold this down, it might pop up, but that's okay. You're just going to hold it down, and you're going to put the circle right there, and it should keep it together. And if not, you can always add more tape if you need as well.
So now, take this.
Woo.
Don't press too hard. It is paper. You have to help me in mine. Okay?
Let me get yours.
Okay. I throw the circle.
Yeah.
Tape to go in the circle. I use the circle.
And what you can always do if you want as well is at home, if you have an adult that can help you, you can glue gun it to make it stay. And what you can always do if you want as well is at home, if you have an adult that can help you, you can glue gun it to make it stay. And what you can always do if you want as well is at home, if you have an adult that can help you, you can glue gun. It makes this cool swirling motion with polka dots and stars. It makes other designs too.
I'll get you some more tape. Oh, is it popping up? Any tips for it to not to pop up?
Tape. But yeah, you could put some tape on the inside as well to keep it together.
Crisscross on the other side. There we go. Crisscross. Flip it over.
Crisscross.
Crisscross.
Yeah, you can always put tape on the back as well. Some taping it across the back will help keep it together too. Putting some tape on the back will help as well.
Always be the strongest in a crisscross.
Mhm.
How's that? There we go. We'll give you support. Now we need a stem.
Yeah.
Wait, is there actually stem?
Well, you can use it to decorate tables. You can use it to decorate a backdrop. You can use it for birthdays. You can put them on presents.
It's not a good frisbee though.
I did this.
A frisbee. I don't know about a frisbee.
The frisbee.
Hold it up for Dad. That's very nice.
And this can be used with any paper, any type of decorative paper.
For Dad. Dad's allowed to see your face. She's so accustomed to the library program where you have to hold up whatever you do in
Gotta
front of your
cover
face.
your
when you
face,
do
yeah.
captures.
If you have two of them, they can be eyes.
Look, giant creature.
Giant eyes. Those look amazing.
Oh, that's a nice looking face. I love it.
These can just googly eyes.
Yeah, we need big dots.
They
in the
could be
middle.
giant eyes, giant googly eyes.
Just like the person that had the reindeer nose on their car. We could put big eyes. Chronos. We could put two of them on and drive really slowly and make eyes on the headlight.
But don't cover that.
Yeah, if we drive fast, they'd fly off, and then we would be littering. That would be bad. We'd have to go back and find all our eyes. Then we gotta go to the fast thing. We gotta go get Dad. We've gotta be back here for.
And all you have to do is to attach a stick at the end if you want on the back of it, and it could be a pinwheel you can put in your garden with your flowers.
ReMakerFest means like recycle. bead making is next. The next one we're at.
Ooh. Yeah, the bead making will be really nice.
And then we're going to get down, give him the card.
We have all our programs listed on the side here.
That's where we're going next, the Art Fest.
We also have another stream which is showing other things in the makerspace.
They show the same thing.
Yeah, you didn't want to do cardboard cars, so you took a break for cardboard cars and we're back for paper bead making.
Yeah, we have all the fun activities up here, and then we have all the more makerspace and online activities down here.
See, we've got the lunch and the
So the cardboard path is a mixed art.
Yep. The next program will be cardboard cars in here as well.
Same place here?
Same place, yes.
So you're back in here for paper beading followed by t-shirt to tote. Which I think is what you're doing. So. Then you go bold. Very busy day. Just, they have a tighter schedule than you do. You have breaks. They have no break. Oh, sorry, that's a lie. Break. They have 2 breaks.
Got a lunch break in
I
there
was gonna say, I think that's lunch
and
break.
for everybody involved. They, get your lunch.
We're
your
having
lunch in
break.
there.
We're being picked up here from T-shirt and Tote and have 50 minutes to get to Oshawa, eat and get to Oshawa for both.
Busy day for us all.
The next present we make for Grandma, we should make all these all over the top. It's like her box.
I'll be able to start the cardboard.
No. Oh, I hope everybody's doing pretty well at home.
Remember when the stage behind you guys came and did the New Year's Eve party? And they had the bubble machines and the light and the strobe machines and did the countdown on the night. That was cool. I think we're done. No photo bombing. For cousin Tote. For photo bombing. I explained to him because he's a teenager. There's things you shouldn't teach younger children. And photo bombing is one of them.
Well, you got decorative picture,
You have photo bombed a lot of people, yes you have.
Yes, I followed somebody on Harry Potter when I was like, have you seen this woman? It was at the birthday and the team was about to take a picture of it. Zoom!
They had one of those, you hold up the thing and you take the picture inside like you're in a newspaper.
And I did
And it was a Harry Potter theme.
and I did zoom in front of when she took the picture.
Is that Peyton?
I photocopied.
You think it's time to go? Oh, you're getting an extra paper if you like.
Mm-hmm.
You'll need that though. Thank you very much.
Thank you for
I don't know if you're
coming.
doing paper bead making or t-shirt and tote, but we'll be back.
Oh, we'll be here all day.
We registered for a couple online back and forth, but
Yes, nice. I'm glad to see. A little bit of in person, a little bit of
well,
online.
it was more the matter that I wasn't sure I could keep her busy here all that time here. Being able to go back, you get to have lunch and things
Back
like
and
that.
forth.
So.
Yeah. stripes, you can do polka dots, you can do whatever you like. You'll just be decorating your car and decorating your wheels as well. Okay? There you go. You can get started. You can get creative. You can do lightning bolts. You can do whatever you want. Picture your perfect racing car and decorate it however you like, okay? Yes, we do have water here, so you can put your paintbrush in water if you need to. And don't forget, you can mix your colors as well. So if you mix red and yellow, you can make orange. Yeah, we're going to be putting it together after you finish painting and it's going to dry, okay? It also has a seat in it as well. It's already cut out. All you have to do is pop it up after we are done painting, and you can also paint the other side as the seat is. Oh, I think I see a purple car over there. Purple, that's really good. I just have a piece of paper towel. Thanks. Thank you. No, no, perfect. I see a lot of colors. They look amazing. You're doing a great job. Getting very creative, mixing all those colors together. And it's okay if you get paint on your hands. We do have a washroom down the hall as well.
paint the wheels. We'll make this wheel red, painted red.
How is everybody's cars doing? Is everybody getting creative, making some stripes or polka dots, mixing some colors around? I hope everybody at home is getting creative. I can't wait to see any pictures you guys have of your cars afterwards. I'm sure they'll turn out amazing. It also shows that any recycled material around your house can be used to be creative, to make different things. It's okay if you make a mess. We do have paper towels and we have a washroom nearby as well. The good thing about cardboard especially is that it dries really fast. Kind of just soaks up the paint. Does anyone at home have anything they like to make out of recyclables? I know when I was younger, I used to get giant cardboard cars and I would make a giant car out of it. I would sit in it and go around. Woo. Look, here I made orange by using both red and yellow. Makes a nice orangey color.
Yeah, but it might take some time to dry.
It won't take too long to dry. It should take just a few minutes.
How about you go like this?
You can blow on it or you can fan it to make it dry faster.
Go like that?
You want to get some more color on your brush?
Ooh, another cool idea is if you have a favorite number, you can put your favorite number on your racing car as well. Let me see.
I know, but what number do you want to do? You want to put 22 for your birthday?
It's okay if you have paint on your hands. That's okay. You can always wash it off after.
We'll wash it after. Just keep going. I'll pretend you like it. Okay, go on. Dunk it in the water and that'll calm her.
Mhm.
Wait, I want to go into her. Just wait.
Ooh, I see a lot of rainbow colors. I see a lot of red, a lot of blue.
Where's your hand? What do you want me to wipe? Because now we have
I see purple. I see polka dots.
it's clean. Okay? Make streaks. Yeah, we can touch that.
I even see green. Green's pretty cool.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay, go. This one's go. You gotta keep eating it, buddy. It's my time.
Ooh. See, it does have a seat right at the top. You can just pop that out whenever it's dry, and you can color the other side too if you want. Yep, red and yellow makes orange. How is everybody doing at home? How are your cars turning out at home? I bet you have a bunch of cool designs. Yeah, of course. So it is just down at the hall. You're just gonna turn down and it's gonna be one of the doors, okay? Yeah, perfect, thank you. Thank you. Ooh. Cool. I think my car is almost dry. If you want to, you can always make something like this at home. You can have your own little racing team.
What do you want to do here? So what else do you want to do? You want to put the letter L? Let's put it in yellow. Let's put the L. Let's make an L.
Thank you. Okay. Just a heads up, it might take some time to dry, and that's okay. But so what you would do once it is dry is you're going to use these push pins. It does separate in the middle. You just need to, you might need an adult to help you. And once everything is dry, you'll push it through the wheels. Just like that, you'll push it through the wheels. And you'll attach it to the car. There's our pre-cut holes, which makes it easier. You'll just put the wheel in there, and then you'll put your hand inside, and you'll push the pin down so it makes it stay. And you'll do that with all of your wheels, okay? You can see inside. It just folds it down just like that. And that'll make the wheel stay. You can do it for all of them. And then once it's done, your car will be done. Woo. So once again, you're just going to take your wheel, you're going to put the push pin through. Find a hole in your car, pre-cut hole. You're going to put that through. And then you're just gonna push the pin down inside. Ooh.
I have an idea. You want to do another part and just paint it after? You want to follow how she's doing it right now? This is how she's doing it. Let's show you. So look, you go like this, and then you gotta put it in like this.
You don't have to worry about separating them. You can just push them to one side if it makes it easier.
See, look, like that. Want to try it? You try it, okay? That's okay. We have extra bits. Okay.
Ooh. Tons of pins. And then when you're done, you'll have your own little car. Car. Ooh. All right. And no worries if you don't have time to put the wheels in today. Just let it dry. You can always put the wheels in on at home. Ooh, I'm gonna name this. I'm gonna put the number 4 on mine. Vroom, vroom, yes.
That's right.
That's what a car makes.
Just like me.
You like your car?
She's having a lot of fun.
I think she has an engine in hers.
It's gotta be 12.
It's a racing car, yeah.
Okay, now do you want to paint it? Here, I already painted. How do you paint? This one's a little bit. Some wheels are gonna. Yeah. See?
Ooh.
Yeah. It's supposed to move. No.
Yep.
You can always put this one under because you have to tidy up.
Mhm. Not to worry if you don't finish. You can always do it at home. And yes, you can always also post pictures of what you make and tag us, ReMakerFest. Woo. Making little wheels. I put a number on mine, number 4, because 4 is my favorite number. See a lot of good looking cars. Woo! The whole racing team. Really good, really cool. All right. Just be careful that if you're heading home to let it dry and try not to touch it. And don't forget to check out our other programs that we have. We do have some online as well. And Art Fest is going on, so feel free to check that out outside too. A lot of events going on today. Yep, up next we have paper bead making. Yep, there is washrooms outside if you need to wash your hands. They're just out to the door and to your right, okay? You can go wash up. Woo. All right. Thank you everyone for joining today. Hope you had fun decorating and coloring. Stay tuned for all of our other programs and events that we have online.
Hi everyone, we're going to get started. Welcome to Paper Bead Making at ReMakerFest. My name's Tracy and I just want to say hi to everyone at home who's joining us. Yeah, so welcome to Paper Bead Making. I just want to talk about all the stuff that's in front of you, either in your kit that you have at home or on the tables here. So what you have are some scrap paper. I gave you some color paper. Everyone should have like a book page and some magazine pages too. And these are the pages that we're going to use to make our beads. We also, hopefully, if you're joining us from home, you have a ruler because you'll really need that. A pen and some scissors. You'll really need your glue from home. And something to dry your beads on. So I put my wire in a cup. It's up to you however you want to do that. Also, I included some little jewelry finishing stuff. So stuff to make some earrings, a couple of extra glass beads. There's a clasp in there, and then some little crimps, which I'll explain later. So, okay, so let's get started. What we're going to do first is draw a very, very tall triangle on our paper. So you just choose whichever one you'd like to start. I'm going to start with the colored page because it has a white back and you can see what I'm doing. But you can start with the book page or you can start with the magazine page, whichever you like. So I'm just going to show you how to draw this really tall triangle from the top to bottom of your page. So you have to sort of plan ahead how wide you want your bead to be. So if you want a really wide bead, you're going to draw a triangle that has a wide bottom. But if you want a really narrow bead or a smaller bead, you have to draw a triangle that has a very narrow base. So I'll show you what I mean. So this is my narrow bead. It's on a very, very steep angle. I'm going to draw it right to a point. Just like that. It's not that narrow, but it's narrower than the one I'm going to do for the next one. So I'll show you a wider bead example. Just let you know too, if anyone has any questions from home, you can place it in the chat and we'll answer them either in the chat or someone will let me know and I can just answer it out loud. Okay, so here are my 2 triangles. I'm going to take my scissors and I'm going to cut them out now. So when you're cutting it out, it doesn't really matter on this one because I'm on the opposite side of where I'm going to roll. But if you're cutting it out on the side you want to face up, make sure you cut inside the line of your pen so it doesn't show when you're rolling your bead. So how's everyone doing? Okay. So I'm making the wide bead one, just because it's a little easier to handle. Okay, so there's my triangle. Let's wait till everyone's ready. Next thing you're going to need is your bamboo skewer. Yep, that's great. And you're going to need your glue stick too. Everyone set? Got their bamboo skewer? All set? Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to roll this triangle up onto our skewer. To start it off, you're going to take a little flap from the bottom, sort of roll it over like this, and make sort of a little fold like that, if you can see it, just to hold it in place, just to get it started. So I'll just demonstrate that again. You just take a look at the end, and you roll it up, and make a little fold at the top. Okay. And at this point, you can start rolling. You can put a little glue on it to start. You mostly need the glue at the end. But I'm going to put a little glue on like this. Okay. And now I'm going to start rolling. So I'm going to sort of hold it down with my fingers and then kind of roll it up like you're rolling out dough. Keep it kind of tight and firm, and make sure it doesn't sort of skew off to the side. You got to try and keep it centered, which is pretty tough. So just keep rolling, rolling. This is a very long, wide bead. You know, add a little more glue. Make sure you add the glue right to the end of the tip of the triangle, because that you really, really want the end to lie down flat. So I'm pressing down firmly as I'm rolling. Yep, that's great. Yep, yep. Someone asked to put, if they need to put the glue all the way up, and yep, that's fine. It'll just means that your bead will stay together better. Okay, so I'm almost done here. Sorry, I'm a perfectionist. All right. So you try and keep the little point centered in the middle of your bead so it's nice and round. There you go. So the bead is done. At this point, you pull it from the bottom and try and slide it off the end. And we'll just slide it onto our little drying wire here like this. Yep, and just sort of lie it like that and let it dry. And that's pretty much how you make a paper bead. So you just keep going. So what I did, I made a whole bunch of beads, all a bunch of different colors, different widths and thicknesses. A couple of them, I'd put 2 pieces of paper together to make it even thicker, and it makes a rounder bead as opposed to the really flat bead. So you can choose to do it however you like. And then I let them dry. So I'm going to demonstrate again. But I'm going to use a triangle that I've already cut.
At home, we can use our X-Acto knife.
I was also going to show you.
Having me draw this, it's a color I can barely see.
Yeah, so what I did, I put 2 pieces. I found that you need to use thicker paper. So I cut 2 triangles the exact same size and rolled them together, and it makes it fatter and rounder. Yeah. Yeah. So and also you have to make the base a lot smaller.
So mine
Yeah.
is too big.
No, it's not. It's great. Perfect. But you have to make it really, really narrow and steep like
So
that.
you want to make yours have to make.
Yeah, this one I put 2 pieces of paper together and made it really, really narrow at the bottom. So I'm going to try and show you how narrow it has to be at the bottom to make it not as a wide bead.
Won't this one be green just like that one? Or you want to do some with the white?
Okay, see how narrow this one is? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's almost like
Yeah, but you have to make it the triangle the same angle going up both sides. Yeah, so kind of just have to eyeball it. But if you go like that and then just draw one this way.
what do you mean same both sides?
So the angle is this angle is the same as this angle.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So
Yeah.
this won't work.
Yeah, that won't
Okay,
work.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You could try it. I mean, it'll,
So,
you know,
So
it'll.
it has to be like somewhat like this.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
Yep.
okay. Okay.
Yep. I don't know the names of triangles. Isosceles and equilateral. I don't know. So, sorry, I'm getting into math. Right, so I'm going to do this one again. Make a couple more beads, and then I just wanted to show you a few little jewelry making techniques as well, if you wanted to do that. Very, very simple. I'm not a jewelry person. But
Holding it down. Go. I'm working on your one with the
any questions from home, Mark? Okay. It's hard to keep it centered.
It is hard to keep.
Yeah. But, you know, it's practice too, right?
Keep it on the outside. And then you're so close. You're so close. And
And sometimes easier to start with a bigger bead, like a wider bead. Then you don't have to make so many. If you want to make a necklace, right? Okay.
okay. So now, what's the next color? That one's really tight. Some more.
Okay, so see how, yep, perfect, yep. You see how I made it really narrow and it made it much, much rounder? Yeah.
I know I can do that.
Yeah. So I'm going to slide this one off. And I also want to show you how you can sort of make your beads more durable. I suggested from home if you have some clear nail polish, you can use that. I have some clear nail polish here. Everyone here in person has some Mod Podge in one of their brown cups and a little paintbrush. So you can paint it on the drying rack using the Mod Podge. It sort of makes it a little more durable and a bit waterproof. So I'm going to show you how I did that too.
She's painted each of these to keep them together.
Yeah. Kind of have to hold them. It's a little tricky. And it doesn't have to be perfect. Yes, you almost need a third hand.
We were supposed to bring.
Yeah, you're supposed to bring your third hand. Sorry, I should have put that in the materials list. Sorry. And, yeah. So and you just let it dry on the rack. Oh no, why not?
I can't really do much with my right hand.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I'll have to get my mom to help me with it.
Yeah. Okay.
It'll be funny because she has arthritic hands.
Okay, so there's my little drying beads. And they're really quite hard once you paint them. Like these ones are, you know, like I'm trying to squish them and they don't squish. So they're quite durable. Okay. Time is up. All right. So I also included in everyone's kit a couple of little jewelry things that you can use to make some earrings. There's some elastic wire that you can use, some stretchy wire that you can string your beads on. You can string your beads on to make a necklace or a bracelet. So I made a bracelet here. Kind of fun. You can come and see it if you like. Want to come see it, Zafar? And I also made some earrings as well. So I'll just, pretty cool, huh? What do you think?
We're gonna need another wire.
You want to wear it? Okay. So I'll show you the earrings because they're a little complicated. Hi. Oh yeah.
Put this one on there. Then you can paint.
So I was just going to put the other earring together just to demonstrate how you do that. So you're going to need your, yeah. Have a look. Here's the earring too. So there's pieces in the little baggie that that you put stuff on. I was just going to demonstrate how to string it on there. Okay, for the earring, so I've got one. Got one here. I'm going to make another. Got this little, I don't know what it's called, earring stick. You just put it onto your earring holder. So there's like a little hook here. You might need to bend it to the side using, there's some little jewelry pliers on all the desks if you need them. But I'm just going to use my fingers. You sort of bend it to the side so that it opens up a bit. Slide the hoop on. And I'm going to squeeze it shut with the earring, with the jewelry pliers, maybe. It's very fiddly. Like that. And then we can string our beads on like this. And then I included some glass beads as well. Hey. On there.
Inspiration.
Yes. And just make it a little more fancy. More fun. And then to keep them on there, I mean, you could put another bead on if you'd like, or you can just take this end and bend it back. I'm going to snip it a bit, though, with the snips.
Are you using it?
No, you can use that. Oh, actually, I do need that, but you can have it after. You have some in your little bag, too. Yeah. Yep. So I'm just going to bend it back just to hold it on. Like that. So there we go. 2 earrings.
It's a really slow way to recycle paper.
Yes, it is.
Here's a recycling
That is
bin.
very
Start
true. Yeah, have a look.
recycling. 10 years later.
Yep. So here, I'll show you. So you know the little stick here? So you see this part here? Yeah.
Because I couldn't see.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Was
same.
my head in the way or something?
No, it's
oh,
just-
it's just couldn't see it. Okay. So yeah. Okay. I'll give you one in a sec. Okay. All right. So you sort of bend this this way like that to the side, and then you slide that on, and then you close it up.
Okay. It's like, what is that?
Yeah.
And
That's
then
it.
how do you get it to stop falling off the bottom? Do you just
I
clip it again?
snipped it, or you can put longer beads on, and then you just bend it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, so I have to open this, insert this piece,
Yep.
put that in,
Yep.
cut, and then
Yep. Got it.
That one's not actually inside. It's not very big bead.
Mine not.
Let people, if they're not done, they can use the tables outside the auditorium to keep
Okay. What time am I going till?
10, 12, 10.
All right. You might also notice in your bag tiny, tiny little beads with holes in them. Oh, you need wire. Did you need more of the elastic wire?
Wonder if there was another wire to dry them on.
Oh. Is there another of those short wires to dry? You know, the little clothes hanger?
We're sharing a table.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yes, thank
Yeah.
you very much.
I just want to demonstrate, I don't know if you're interested or not, there are these little tiny beads in here that are like little silver beads with a hole in them. You can use that to close off your, instead of tying a knot that might slip out, you can use it to close it off and hold it tight. You know how you tie a knot in elastic wire, it sometimes slips open?
Yeah.
You can use that to make sure. I'll show you.
I was going to say, you tie
It's so hard to explain, and this camera is not the greatest.
I'm trying to envision how
Yeah.
you use a bead to make a knot.
It's this tiny little bead, like a crimp bead. So you string the wire through both sides, and then you squeeze it shut and pinches it.
Got it. So
That's why it's called a crimp bead. Yeah, yeah.
That's the only thing about this that I already know how to do.
Yeah. I don't think I'll demonstrate because I don't think anyone can see, honestly.
Yeah.
And there's also a clasp if you wanted to make a necklace in here as well. And you can use the
What do you want? You want
crimp beads to close those as well.
Okay. Maybe
So does anyone need any help?
rolling this.
Put it in through like
Correct.
two pieces.
Yep, it's hard.
So you put
Oh, I hope it's not a crimp.
and then you squeeze
Yep, so let's say you want to attach the lobster clasp, right? So you would string it through here like this, and then you would put the crimp bead, actually you put the crimp bead on first, and then you put that on and make a loop, and then you string that through the crimp bead again, and then you pinch it, so it holds it
I will
tightly.
pinch the crimp and then
It holds it tight, yeah, yeah. As opposed to tying it, because if you tie it, it'll come undone. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
where's the buy for stuff like
I bought this on Amazon, but you can get these at Michael's in the jewelry making section. Yeah. How's everyone doing? Having fun making beads?
I dropped your stick is now on the ground. Just so you know. I don't know how it got on the ground. I don't know how it got on the ground. It couldn't possibly be me knocking it on the ground. Seriously? Yeah, okay, it was me knocking it on the ground.
Hi.
Always the way to go.
Oh,
And then
sure.
tell the truth.
I couldn't really see.
I know. Sorry. Okay. So what you do is, see this little hook here? Sort of slide these beads up. You push it off to the side so that you can take this pin and put that on there.
Thank you.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, and then you string your beads onto here, and then you can clip it off, and then I turned it up and then pinched it tight so that they don't fall off.
I got you.
Yeah.
That's so pretty.
Yeah, they're cute, eh?
Yeah.
My daughter's like, oh, I'd wear those. I'm like, oh, really? You want them?
And that's in the little kit, that little
Yep,
straight.
yep, it's all in there.
It's all in there.
Yep.
Okay, great, thanks.
You're welcome. Any questions? How's everyone doing? I'm gonna go over here. How are you doing, Christina? Good?
Good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do those two beads.
Oh, those look pretty.
Thanks.
They look
It was
great.
hard to do.
Yes, I know.
Like this is my second attempt, and the first attempt, wherever it rolls.
It takes a bit of fiddling and a bit of practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to do it with only like one fully functioning hand.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry about that.
And I'm just looking. It's okay. I was the one who signed up for it.
Yeah.
Although I think in the future I'm gonna use.
Doing more beads. We have another program coming up, but you can go out in the hall. There's tables and stuff. You can keep going and doing it out there. Yeah. No rush. Just want to let you know.
Is that a crimp bead?
No, that was one of those.
I wouldn't bother looking if it's a crimp
What
bead.
color was it?
I saw the
I
size of
have
those.
no idea.
I have more if you would like to take more. Here, I'll give you a pink and a blue one because that kind of matches your beads.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. There you go.
What are you gonna make? What are you gonna make? Bracelet.
Okay. Yeah. So I just want to say thanks for coming, everyone. Hope you enjoyed making paper beads and you make a whole bunch of cool stuff. If you want to share it, you can post it on Facebook or any of our social media. So thanks for coming. Hope to see you soon.
we've got down in the makerspace. So real quick, I'm going to tell you what we're going to do today. First, I'm going to give you a rundown on the machine itself, how to thread it, how to turn it on, all that stuff, the little parts that you're going to be paying attention to. Then I'm going to show you exactly how I made the bags that you might all notice you should all have. You guys have bags? Yeah, awesome. Then what we're going to do is you'll each get a turn to use one of the machines over there. And if you'll notice, the bags that you have aren't 100% finished. The sides aren't sewn. So you'll all have to complete your bags. So we can get started. First of all, has anybody ever sewn before, like hand sewn? Okay, awesome. Oh my gosh, wow. Have you hand sewn or have you used a machine? Both. Both? Okay, has anyone used the machines in the makerspace? Yeah. No. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, awesome. So my goal then is that at least one person here is encouraged to go check out the machines down in the makerspace and hopefully make a shirt completely from scratch. And you should all also have instructions, so you can totally take those home or keep them here, whatever you want to do, but they have instructions to the machine and also the shirt instructions too. So whenever you want to come make your own, totally feel free. So I'm going to start with the machine. So in the makerspace, we have 3 sewing machines. There are 2 Singers and 1 Bernina. The brand doesn't really matter. They're both pretty much the same, slight differences, but the process is exactly the same. So what I teach you on this machine, you will be able to use on any of the others. So all 3 machines will come with a cord that looks like this. I've already have it plugged in, so it's kind of hard to see, but there's a pedal attached. It looks like this. The foot pedal. This goes on the ground. This piece here plugs right into the machine. And then there's another cord that you just plug into the wall, and it's all one piece. Once it's plugged in, the on button is right here on the side, right above where it plugs into the machine. You'll just want to flip that on. As soon as it's on, a light should come up, and you'll know that it's working. That also means that the pedal now is totally functional, and if you put any kind of weight on it, it's going to trigger the needle, and it'll start going. So you'll just want to watch now where you keep your hands or where you keep your feet. As soon as that's done, the first thing we're going to do is thread the upper thread up here. So that's this spool, the kind of bigger one. Again, it can be any color. For these bags, I used white, but it's going to go right up here on the spool pin. And then you're going to take this piece here. It's a spool pin cap. It just goes on right after. That way the thread doesn't like fly off and hit someone while you're sewing. The great thing about the machines too is that most of them have numbers and arrows telling you exactly how to thread it. So if you don't remember, you can usually just check the machine. Got some arrows and numbers here. So I'm just going to go ahead and start threading it, following the numbers through the groove down here, around, right over this piece, back down. It looks like a lot of steps, but once you start doing it a couple times, like I said, the process is pretty similar for every machine. And once you get down here, you have to actually thread the needle. This is, I'm going to be honest, probably the most difficult part. I had a lot of practice, so I'm pretty good at it, I'm not going to lie. But some tips for threading the needle. Usually the reason it won't go through the needle is that it's frayed at the end. So you might see people like lick the end, or you can just cut it off. Anything to get a sharp point to feed it right through the needle's eye. And then after you do that, I just tuck it underneath this guy, the presser foot, and shove it to the back so it's out of my way. Next, we're going to thread the bobbin. So the bobbin is this little guy right here. Again, it can be any color. I made them the same color. And this provides like the understitch to whatever you're sewing. So the bobbin will always go inside the bobbin case at the base of the machine. The good thing about this specific machine and one of our other ones is that the instructions to thread the bobbin are right here on the case. To be honest, they don't make much sense, I'm not gonna lie. So I tried to, in the instructions that I have given all of you, I tried to take some hopefully pretty good pictures to help you out a little. And I'll also leave a set of instructions in the makerspace for all the people watching at home too, or if you guys lose yours at any point, that way you'll be able to come and still know how to sew. So this one will go right in here, pops right in, and then again following the little grooves. And what you're doing when you're doing all these weird little movements is you're trying to create tension in the thread. Once that's in, you can pop the lid back on and just kind of leave the thread to the side. The next step is you're going to want to move the needle and let it dip into the bobbin case and pull up the bobbin thread to the surface. So all you got to do to do that is first you'll want to hold onto the thread that you thread through the needle, because when you move it, it will try to come loose. And then you'll have to re-thread it through the needle, and that just kind of sucks. So make sure you hold onto it. I use this guy, the hand wheel. There's like a wheel on the side of the machine. When you turn it towards you, and it should always be turned towards you, it'll move the needle manually. It gives you a little bit more control. So when I do that, it's very hard to see here, so again, I hope the pictures turn out, but it will pull up a small little ring of thread. That's very hard to see, but it's like a ring of thread, and that's just the bobbin thread. So what you'll want to do once you see it is take any kind of thin, sturdy, anything, like a scissor blade or a pin or a needle, and you'll just want to pull the rest of the thread through, which can be a little tedious. But once you get to the surface, again, just shove both threads to the back, and you shouldn't have to worry about them for the rest of the time you're sewing. So after that, the machine is completely threaded, and it's ready to go. So now I'm going to walk you guys through how I made the bags. So, as you know, I started with a t-shirt. If you know, the theme for this year's MakerFest is ReMakerFest. It's all about sustainability. So we found some t-shirts in the library that nobody was using. They say sustainable Pickering. And we decided to turn these into some tote bags, so we're recycling. Ooh. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is you'll take your t-shirt, lay it on a flat surface, preferably a cutting board, which you do have in the makerspace, and you'll just want to cut out all the pieces. So I think the dimensions for the bags that you guys all have are 12 by 17 or something like that. I don't remember. I said in the instructions. It doesn't really matter. It's totally up to what you want it to be. Same with the straps. They could be any length. I like short straps, so that's why all of the bags have really short straps. But again, you can make them as long as you want. So you'll actually have two body pieces, so just rectangles. You'll have two straps, and that's what you're going to start with. So the first step is you're going to hem the, I don't know what you would call it, like the opening of the bag, which would be like where you actually open it, this edge and then the edge behind it. You're going to want to hem it. And a hem is just folding the fabric, like an edge, over to hide the frayed part and to make it look clean and profesh. So that's what we're going to do. If you'll notice, I already did it, not this one. I've already got it done on here. This is what it looks like at the back. You can see the frayed edge is hidden. And then this is the back for you guys. And then this will be the front, so it looks nice and clean and you can't see all the little mistakes. So I'm going to show you guys how to do that right now. And since this is also the first stitch that we're going to do together, I'll walk you guys through exactly how to do that. So for the actual hem, I just kind of eyeball it. You could probably measure it, but I don't do that. I just fold it over a little bit. And with any fabric that you're going to sew, you'll want to tuck it right under the presser foot, which is this thing right here. And then that can be lifted or dropped with this lever back here. And you'll want to drop it. That just keeps the fabric in place so it's not going everywhere when you're sewing. For the first couple stitches, you can use the pedal. I would recommend using the hand wheel and doing it manually. Like I said, it gives you a lot more control, and if you use the pedal, sometimes it can just kind of go crazy. And once again, you'll want to hold onto the thread so it doesn't come loose, and just turn the wheel, and you'll see the needle dip right into the fabric and come out. I do that once or twice or 3 times. And before you go any further, since this is the first stitch that you do, you'll want to reverse the stitches and have them go back the way you just came, and this will lock the stitch in. That way it doesn't come loose and you don't see like loose threads. So all you have to do that is on the machine, you'll be able to see when you guys get to try them out, there's a little reverse button that you either press or you press, like this one I press down. You'll want to press that down at the same time you're turning the wheel. And you'll notice that the fabric just starts going in the opposite direction automatically. And like I said, I do that for the first 2 or 3 stitches, just to be sure. Once you do that, you're locked in and you're ready to go, and you can finally use the pedal. And when you, like I said, when you guys have a chance to try out the machines, you can experiment a little bit with the weight that you put on the pedal, how fast it's gonna go. It's a little different for all machines, but once you're ready, you can just press it. And again, the more pressure that you put, the faster it'll go. When you get to the end, you'll want to do the same thing you do when starting the stitch, which is just reverse it and go backwards. And it has the same effect. It'll just close the stitch. So again, I'm going to use a hand wheel for a little bit more control, and I'll start going back while holding down on the reverse button. So this is more or less what you'll all do when trying out the machines. After you're done, you flip up the presser foot, just kind of tug the fabric a little bit. And also make sure that the needle's not still in the fabric, because you'll have an impossible time there. And then you just cut it right out from the machine. You'll have all these little leftover threads on the ends. You can just trim those whenever you have a chance. But in terms of the hem, once you have both sides done, it'll look something like this. This is also the, fun fact too. This is the inside of the bag that we're looking at. Essentially, we're sewing the bag inside out. You'll always want to sew on the bad side of a fabric, just because all your mistakes will then be hidden. So what we'll do next is we'll take the hemmed bag, and the next step is to now join these body pieces. So like I said, if you open it up, I have the good sides against each other, because we're going to be sewing on the bad sides. And if you see here, I've already done like a stitch along the side and along the bottom. You'll obviously want to do another one along the side, and you'll of course want to leave the top open so you can use the bag. So we'll put this underneath the machine, fabric stilled with the presser foot, and then again holding onto the thread. Turn this for the first couple stitches to make sure that everything's going all right. Reverse it, send it back to lock that stitch, and then you're good to go, and you can just hit the pedal. And then again, reverse it to close the stitch. All you'll really want to pay close attention to when using the pedal is that you keep the fabric straight, because there's not really anything in place to do that for you. There are some lines down here on the base of the machine that you can kind of use to line up the fabric. But if you take your eyes off it for 1 second, it's, you know what I mean? So then again, lift the presser foot, make sure the needle's not in, pull it out, and just cut the thread. Now, once you have kind of the body of the bag done, we're going to be adding straps. So straps are a little bit more difficult, just because you don't want to just do a single stitch. I did that for the first couple bags that I made, and they broke literally instantly. Like, I'm not joking, you can't put anything in them. So the best way to sew a strap on is you'll have, again, working on the inside of the bag, you'll take just a little piece of the end of one strap and put it over, like right at the top of the bag. Get that right underneath the presser foot. And instead of doing a single stitch, or like a line of stitches, we're gonna make a box and then an X in the middle. I really do recommend spending time on the straps, because the stronger the strap, the stronger the bag. It's really the most important part. So again, first couple stitches. I'll send them in reverse. And now we're gonna start our box. The good thing too about like when you're sewing multiple sides, you don't always have to cut the fabric right from the machine if you're just gonna be turning it. As long as the needle is still in, it'll keep the fabric in place, and you can just kind of turn it to whatever angle you want to work at. And again, whatever is facing you, it's gonna go right through the machine, so that's the side you'll be focused on. And also, you won't have to keep starting and ending the stitch. So now I'm gonna start the first line for the diagonal. Just always making sure that the needle's in to keep your fabric in place. You can just keep turning it until you're satisfied with your strap. Again, this is probably the most time-consuming part because you'll have 4 of these to do. The bags that you guys have, I've already done them for you, so you don't have to worry about that. But when you do eventually do your own, hopefully, you'll have to spend a little bit of time doing this. But it'll really pay off when you can like actually use the bag. Again, now that I'm done, I'm going to reverse it a couple times. And it's good to go. I'll pull it out. Cut the thread. I'll clean it up later because I'm not going to do that right now. But then after you do the other 3, you'll end up with something like this. Again, the bag is inside out, so you'll be able to see all the stitches. And all you got to do is flip it the other way. And you have your own little bag. Ooh. So now that that's done, thank you guys so much for listening to that long lecture I just gave you. I hope, like I said, with the instructions that you guys can come in and do your own bag from scratch. But what we're going to do now is with what the bags that you do have, said earlier, you might notice that the sides are not sewn. So that's what we're all going to do. We're all going to try out the machines. You get to finish your bag. We only have 3 machines right now, so you might have to wait your turn. But while you're doing that, we got some fabric markers out. I see some people have already started decorating their bags. You can start drawing on your bags. Like I said, my little example, I did lots of little drawings. You can do absolutely whatever you would like. We also have some buttons on the table there if you want to put like a button in your bag. I don't know, if you want to be aesthetic and such. But otherwise, thank you so much.
Another way to mess something up. Or I should say more after we squeeze.
Hi everyone, we'll be starting in a few minutes the Build a Birdfeeder program. Just let you all get settled. Hi Zach. Glad you could join us. We have lots of supplies if you want to sit down and make your own too. Yeah. So do you guys want to get started? How are we doing? Good? Okay, so we'll get started now. All right, so this is Build a Birdfeeder using some recycled materials. So in your kit, you should have, those of you at home, welcome. Everyone here should also have a bottle with some holes cut in the bottom and a hole drilled into the bottom. A lid for your bottle, which has a hole drilled in it. A bowl with a hole drilled, and then a matching lid with a hole drilled in it as well. And then a bit of hardware. So we have a hook and a screw to put in. And for those of you at home, you will also need a screwdriver with the square head. I believe it's called a Robertson head. And we also sent home some bird seed for everyone as well. Okay, so let's get started. First thing we're going to do is attach the bottle to the bowl. You'll need your screwdriver for this, but I'm going to use my fingers to get it started. Sorry, there's only one screwdriver on each table. Maybe someone could bring one over to this table so they have two. So use the screwdriver, get it started in the hole. And then you get it started in your bottle hole. It's a good idea to hold onto the bottle and then screw the screw into the bottom, into the pre-drilled holes. Just like this. Takes a little, my hole is a bit bigger, so mine's a little easier to do, but just give it a good turn. There you go. Okay. So that's the bottom. And then for the top, it's very easy. We take the hook and we just screw it in by hand into the hole. Like so. And then we'll take the lid, the bottle lid, and also put that on. Like so. And then, I'm not going to do this, but if you want, you can pour the seeds into your bird feeder. Each bird feeder has a bunch of holes cut in the bottom so that the bird seed can fall into the bowl for the birds to eat. And the birds will perch on the top, on the side of the bowl as well. But I won't do that because I'll make a big mess. So we're going to just, once you have your bird seed in, you just take your lid and twist it on. Hang on, I'm going to do it the other way. Twist it on like this. And then you can hang your bird feeder. Hopefully the birds and not the squirrels eat your bird seed. So there you go. Very simple. So in your kit from home and everyone at the tables, we have a backyard bird bingo. So this is kind of like a bird watching activity that you can do. These are all local birds. So when you see one, you're supposed to sort of mark it off and play bingo, I suppose, with yourself. But anyways, it's just sort of a little bird watching activity. And then we also have the instructions on the back of how to make your another bird feeder if you'd like to do that. And I also have some handouts for the people in person here, but I believe Robin is going to drop the PDFs copies of these in the chat. So one is bird feeding, cleaning and guide. So you're supposed to change the seeds to your bird feeder like every 2 weeks or so, or if you notice it's gotten wet or moldy. So you should change the seeds every 2 weeks. And when you are changing seeds, just throw out the old ones, don't reuse them. And then soak your bird feeder in hot water. They say you can do a bleach solution, but I prefer to use the detergent, just a little bit of detergent in it, soak it for a little while, and then rinse it really, really well, and scrub the outside and stuff. And then you let it dry completely. You don't want to put bird seed in a damp bird feeder because the bird seed will get all moldy. And I also included this Audubon guide to bird seed. So it says to offer a variety of seeds because that will attract a variety of different birds. Right here we have, looks like black sunflowers and then sort of like a millet kind of thing. So on the back it says, there's like a little guide here and it says, for example, bluebirds like, they like the black bird seeds. And chickadees like it too. Jays like the black ones. So yeah, you can change up the bird seed to attract different birds to your feeder. So yeah, is there any questions? Anyone sharing anything from home? Nope. Matt? Zach, sorry. That's great. How's everyone doing here? It's kind of tricky. You kind of have to hold it with one hand and then sort of hold it in place and then twist it so it doesn't spin on you.
I'll just make the hole big on this one and then I unscrew it.
Yeah.
Did that with this one.
Well, I didn't want to make the holes too big or else it would be all wobbly. So yeah. But so what you can also do is, if you have a drill, you can drill holes in the sides of this and run a stick through. Then the birds can sit on that too. But I didn't do that today. So it can be another perch for the birds. So how's it going? Oh, it cracked? You can grab another bottle behind you or plate if you'd like. We've got lots of supplies. So, has anyone seen any of these birds before? We got the robin on there. We've got the goldfinch. I've seen a Baltimore Oriole, so.
Lynn Shores.
At Lynn Shores? Yeah.
Yeah, I see a lot of them at Lynn Shores.
Yeah. Hey, you got it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. We're trying a different bottle now.
Which cracked? Was it the bottle or was it the?
My lid.
Oh, your lid. Okay.
You could. Of the bottles in it.
Oh, okay.
If you unscrew that, since the hole's not big enough, you can hold it, the bottle on top of it and screw it in.
So let's see. Christina, looks good. Nice.
Even does the whole suction thing here.
It does. I noticed that too. Yeah.
It'll keep the squirrels from going crazy with it. I'm
That's
gonna
the hope.
take this up to my parents for them to use because they have all the birds.
Mm-hmm.
And even though I'm hoping it'll attract the eagles, I know it
Oh, are there eagles? Yeah, I guess there are.
won't. Up in Bancroft there is.
Oh, nice.
Last summer, because there haven't been eagles on Baptiste Lake in over 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
Last summer, I saw 3.
Oh, wow. That's nice.
And I also found a feather. It literally fell, it really landed right in front of our front door.
Well, I've heard that, bird feeding has become a really popular thing during COVID and bird watching, and a lot of people are seeing a lot more birds because of I don't know, they're coming back a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I also, my parents are cursing my name because when I was visiting, I decided to try and condition the blue jays up there to come when I whistle.
Oh, okay.
Instead they conditioned us to come whenever they start yelling at us.
Oh. Do you do bird watching in your backyard or?
Not really in my backyard.
Mhm.
I put a lens shorts, it's better.
Yeah.
People have seen, I haven't, but like eagles down at Frenchman's Bay.
Oh, really? Wow.
I did see one in a tree that, like, if you went that blob over there, someone pointed out to me was an eagle.
It was an eagle?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I've seen a lot of swans down at Frenchman's Bay, so
Yeah.
they're lovely down there.
A lot of ducks too, nice ducks.
I saw a lovely mallard in the park right behind Ron Willard. Like
Oh, yeah.
in the little creek.
Mhm.
I took some really cool pictures of it.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Pardon me, how long needs to make another one?
Wrap up. Okay. Okay. So looks like everyone's pretty much done. You guys, everyone's here. We'll let you keep working on it, but just want to thank everyone for joining from home, and hope to see you at the next session.
Cool. All right, thanks everyone for joining us today. My name is Matt, work with the library, and we're going to be going over vinyl cutting at the library. So vinyl cutting is a service that we offer in the makerspace. It's one of the paid materials, so you do have to pay per use. But I just want to give you an overall idea of how the machine works. And then after we're going to activity where we're going to grab some of these coffee tumblers that we have, some of the pre-cut vinyl that we've already set up, and we're essentially going to take the vinyl and stick them on and personalize your own cups. So let's go through this really quickly. So this is just some basics before we start the actual demonstration on how the machine works. First thing is, what is vinyl? So vinyl is a synthetic resin or plastic consisting of polyvinyl chloride or related polymer that is used for wallpapers and other covering materials and for records. So just like I said, what we're going to be doing, we're going to take the sticker vinyl that we have and re-stick it onto things. You can see other forms of sticker vinyl too in everyday life. You look at most, like, even in the library, the interior poles are covered with sticker vinyl designs or different advertisements and stuff like that. So mainly used as decorations. What kind of vinyl does the library offer? So there's one I mentioned already, it's the sticker vinyl, which is a vinyl coating that applies to objects as a sticker. So if you've placed a sticker in your life before, you're right on the right track. It's the exact same thing. The other type that we offer is a heat transfer vinyl. So that is used to press and seal vinyl onto materials such as clothing. So we've done programs before where we have tote bags and you press vinyl onto those. The only difference is that needs to use our heat press as well as the vinyl cutter because it needs the really high temperatures to seal into the materials. Both these types of vinyl are available in different colors as well. So right now I'm going to be cutting with black, but you can see on the table over there we have a bunch of different colors set up already. And the last main thing we want to look at quickly is what an SVG file is. So an SVG file is a web-friendly vector file format. As opposed to pixel-based files like JPEGs, vector files store images via mathematical formulas based on points and grids on a line. So SVGs in short are the files that the cutter reads. So you wouldn't be able to take a picture and just throw it into the machine. It wouldn't know what to do because it's literally designed as a bunch of colors and dots. That's all image files are. The vector files, or the SVG files that we use for this, they are actual plotted points that give out coordinates as to where everything is, so the machine knows where to cut around, what to avoid, and what it's looking for. All right. So when using the vinyl cutter, we have our GraphText software. This is going to be our canvas that we use whenever we are using the vinyl cutter. Just give it a second to load. Perfect, and here's our actual little canvas right here. So we're gonna do a couple things to show how it works. First thing is gonna be actually loading a picture file into it. So you can use other softwares to design your own SVG files. It's a lot of work that we do not have enough time to cover today. But what you can do instead, if you're not too tech savvy with that type of stuff, is you can take picture files as they exist. So right here I have a picture file of a flower. What I can do is I can actually load it into an online converter. Not now. Not now. Online file converter. Perfect. So this is the main one that we use. So if you just Google online file converter, it's always the first thing that shows up 9 times out of 10. But this is the actual website if you're looking for it. I would want to go down to, that's a bit too far, image converter down here on the left. Change it to convert to SVG right here. And then it's going to take whatever your default file format is and convert it from there. So at this point I'm going to grab my flower. I'm going to load it into here by drag and dropping it. As you can see, oh, come on, this is very sensitive. As you can see, it's loaded into the website. I press start down here, processes, and then it gives us, just that quick, it gives us an SVG file of that picture file. So it went from being an unreadable picture format to an actual cuttable SVG, just like that. So I already have this downloaded, which is going to be this one over here. It might be kind of hard to tell. Let me move these a bit up, but you can kind of see even the computer doesn't really know what to do with it. So here on the left is the actual picture file. It shows as a little picture right there. And this is the exact same file but in SVG, but the computer itself doesn't know what to do with it as is, so it just shows as a basic web file. From there, we're going to go back to our canvas right here. And just like we loaded the file into the website, we're going to take this, drag and drop into here, and you can see it just pops up like that. Great. So from there, we can just resize it to whatever we want. If I want it to be bigger or smaller. The bigger it is, the better the details do come out. But you can see throughout the entire image, there's all these little red lines that kind of plot the path that the computer's analyzed to figure out what the actual design is. Some other things you want to add to it, like if you ever want to print your name, like there's some people who like to print their name onto their shirt, for example, or small designs. So like in that case, you have a text tool over here, where I can try and drag a text box. I can type in hello. With this menu on the right-hand side over here, I can change the font as well as the space between the letters, all sorts of options with that. Then you can also, by pressing and holding on this, you can choose basic default shapes too as well. So if you want to put in some circles, ovals, squares, I like to put in the star, so we'll put another star right here, rotate that like that. And just like that, it's just added to our canvas. So whenever you're done with the actual designing, you have everything you need inside of your canvas set up. We have a little cutting button up at the top right here, which we'll click that one. Give it a second. Oh, sorry, I've only selected the star. That is not what I wanted to do. There we go. Okay. as you see from here, this is kind of our print preview screen. So down here in the corner, you can see everything I had set up in kind of a live print of what's going to show up. So it might be hard to see from that side, but I have, yeah, I'm not going to pick that, it's going to fall. There's black vinyl loaded into there. This has the exact dimensions that are needed. So when we have rolls selected up here, the rolls that we buy are set to those dimensions, so you don't need to touch anything. Everything should be good to go at that point. If I wanted to make extra copies, I can go to copies down here and duplicate it a few times. You can also change the spacing between them as well, just so you can fit as many onto the page as once. If you were, the only difference between a sticker vinyl we're using and the heat transfer vinyl is when you use heat transfer, it's going to be flipped. So we have this little F button down here, which is going to do exactly that. Just flip it. So it comes out backwards. When you put it on the actual the shirts, wherever you're heat transferring to, it shows up correctly. But for right now, since we're only cutting, we just leave it as is. And then from there, that's essentially it. So we'll go ahead and send it. That's not ideal. And it goes through that entire plot. So I sent 3 copies of the same thing. It's going to go along all those mathematical calculated lines and just cut them out exactly as presented on the screen. So let's give it a second. It's fairly fast, not the fastest thing in the world, but faster than you think. Once this is done, you'll need 2 tools. One's going to be a X-Acto knife or box cutter. That's going to be used to cut the vinyl from the sheet. And then we're going to be using this little pick, which kind of peels away at the sticker so you can get rid of it very easily. I think I made it a lot bigger than I meant to. Okay, I think it's finishing up the last one. There we go. Okay. From there, I'm going to lift the release lever. I can see the pre-cut lines on the vinyl itself, so I'm going to find where it's safe to cut. I'll grab the box cutter, cut across there. Then I'll take this, and then I'll quickly peel away our excess material. So just delicately feed it between the paper on the back and the actual vinyl itself. All right, so remove the excess material, and then we're left with our actual design. So I still need to pick out some of the insides of them, so I'd have to get rid of the details or pick out the extra details within the flower and the hello. Let me show one hello as an example. Put that away, put that away. And then just like that, so we have a full hello there. Again, it'd take a while to get through the flower there, but and then from that point, you just peel as needed, and they just come off as a sticker, and you put them onto whatever you want. And that's essentially how the vinyl cutter works. Fairly simple to use, so I highly recommend everyone takes a shot at it one time. It's available whenever the makerspace is open. Does anyone have any questions about that, or good? Awesome. Okay. So, you guys have a chance to play around with it. Like I said earlier, we have these coffee tumblers over here. We grab one each, as well as grab some of the pre-cut vinyl that we already have. There's different colors, different designs and stuff like that, and you just stick them on wherever you want. The only thing we'll say is not machine washable, so wash by hand. And make sure to also grab a straw and a cleaning straw. So there's metal straws along with each one too. So awesome. All right, so go ahead and grab whatever color you want. If on the odd chance someone wants to take the time to pick away at all the details and the flowers or something, I'll leave these here over here too.
Hi everyone, and welcome to Repurpose Your Old Smartphone and Tablet. My name is Jordan, and I'll be the presenter for today. So why repurpose your old device? As technology advances, older technology becomes unable to keep up at the rate of advancement. As such, many older devices such as computers, tablets, and smartphones seem to get slower with the usual services that they used to be very good at handling, such as apps and web browsers, as they advance in complexity. Eventually, developers will stop supporting certain devices as they become too old to handle those apps and programs. This can make it very difficult to use old smartphones and tablets on the day-to-day beyond making phone calls as they gradually lose support. But a lot of times these devices are still in good condition, and it may seem like a shame to get rid of them. There are many other uses for smartphones and tablets, and we'll be exploring some of them today. So which devices are we covering? So we're mainly covering devices released within the last 10 years that are still in good condition. So we won't be looking at old flip phones and phones that are damaged, although there is one that can kind of still work if your phone has a cracked screen, but that will vary. And I'll discuss that in more detail when I get to that part. So before repurposing your phone, you always want to make sure that there's nothing important left on the device that you might want to keep. Because older devices can be slow, it's recommended to factory reset them in order to remove any unnecessary files so they can run as fast as they can, which is why you want to make sure you get anything you need off the device, because the factory reset will remove everything from it. It's going to wipe it clean. So here's how to do the factory reset on an Apple device. So if you go into the settings and click General, and then scroll down and look for the reset option. And then you'll be given the option to factory reset it. If it's a phone that you're not able to get in, you can also reset it by connecting it to a computer with iTunes and doing the reset through there. If you have an Android device, you go into settings, but this time you look for the backup and reset setting and look for factory reset, and it's going to let you know that it's going to reset. It's going to remove all these things, and it'll show you the account. One thing to keep in mind with factory resetting Android devices is that newer ones now, they will ask you to sign back in to the Google account that was associated with it before. So after you reset it, you might need to do that before you can complete the reset. All right, and so the devices I'm going to be using today, I have here Huawei U8687, and this one was created in 2013. I have here an iPhone 5C, which is also from 2013, and I have a Motorola Moto G 4th edition from 2016. And for tablets, I have here Google Nexus 7 from 2012. I have an iPad 2 from 2011, and Samsung Galaxy Tab A from 2016. So I have a variety of devices that I'll be using today. So if you have any devices from any of those, like within the last 10 years essentially, you can still use it for many of these things. All right, so first we're going to take a look at phones. Many old smartphones in good condition are still good for making phone calls, but you can run into problems trying to use it for something beyond that. older smartphones usually have much less storage space, which can make it difficult to download multiple apps onto it. As you can see in the screenshot here, this is from the Huawei phone, and as you can see, there's only about 2.67 gigabytes of free space. Back when that was a lot. So because you can't really download a lot of apps onto them, you usually want to repurpose them for a singular purpose or put very light apps onto it. Something else to keep in mind is that your older smartphones may be locked to a carrier that you are no longer with, making it unusable for phone calls unless you get it unlocked. But the nice thing about this is that if you're not using your phone for phone calls and you're using it for something else, like we'll be discussing, the being synced doesn't matter because you can just connect to Wi-Fi and you still use your phone like that. Some older phones can also be really slow or prone to crashing, which can make these projects require a lot of patience. That unfortunately is true as well. Many devices can struggle to run their latest updated version, which can make them crash often. But depending on the project, it can be worth it in the end. All right. So the first one is probably the simplest and easiest one to do, is using your your old smartphone as an alarm clock. There are many simple alarm clock apps that not only take up small amount of space, but usually don't need to be updated, so they can be run on versions with an older Android or iOS device. You can even buy or create a dock for your phone so that it always stays charged. As you can see in the slide right over here, the creators of these created special docks that kind of look like old alarm clocks that your phone just slides into, and you just use it as an alarm clock like that. You can even set up your phone in, say, for example, your kitchen, and just use it as like an egg timer, a general kitchen timer. And if your phone has voice recognition, you can set up Siri or Google Assistant on your device, and then that way you can just speak to your phone whenever you need to set a timer or alarm or some kind of reminder. Another thing that you can use your old smartphone as is a TV remote. A feature of some older Android devices is that they have what's called an IR blaster, which is like a reflective black rectangle on the top of the phone. And what your phone can do with these is they can use it to send signals to your TV, and you can use it as an extra remote if you ever lose your old remote or it runs out of batteries. The only downside to this is that this was really only in Android phones, and it's not something that's done anymore. So really only phones from a specific period of time in the early 2010s were made with these reflective IR blasters. But on the other hand, there are still many smart apps that allow you to use your phone as a remote. So for example, Roku devices or Roku TV, as we have on the other side of me, you can download the Roku app onto your old device and you can use it as a TV remote. All right, and this is a feature only for the in-studio audience. I will have to edit into the presentation later, but I can control the menu of the TV with this old phone. So again, this is an old phone from 2013, and I was able to pair it with the Roku TV. So another thing that you can use your old phone as is a VR headset. So this only works if your phone has a gyroscope. You can either just test out your phone to see if it works. If your phone doesn't have a gyroscope and you try to watch a VR video or a VR video game, it'll just stay in place. Like it might the screen might move a little bit, but you won't get the full movement as you would if your phone has a gyroscope. The nice thing is that you can buy simple devices. You can buy these at several different stores, especially during the holidays. They seem to show up in bunches at a variety of different gift stores. And all you do is you just pop your phone in, set up a VR video, close it, and then you can put this on and you're using it as a VR headset. So again, there are a lot of older phones that do have gyroscopes in them, specifically iPhones and the flagship Samsung models. So that's something I would recommend checking out as well if your phone has VR capabilities. One other thing to keep in mind is that for certain video games, depending on how old the phone is, it might not be able to run those video games. So in those situations, it might be best to stick to 360 videos when using it as a VR headset. It can also uses a lot of processing power, so the phone can get really hot when using it as a VR headset. Right. And we've also got a security cam. So you can also, in addition to using it as a security cam, you can also use it as a baby monitor and set up your phone to use its camera, connect it over Wi-Fi, and then it'll transmit the footage to either another device or a computer. So there's a particular app called Dormy, and they specifically specialize in trying to make their device available on the lowest version of Android possible, which I believe as of right now is Android 2. And as long as the camera on your phone works, you're able to use it. So even if the screen is a little damaged, as long as you can operate the screen enough to open the app and connect to the camera, then you're good to go. And yeah, all you have to do is just connect it to your current phone, and then you can set it up anywhere in your house, and you can just watch that feed whenever you'd like. Depending on the app you get, you may have to pay for these ones because it is a pretty good service. Sometimes there'll be free trials. They'll give you either a week or a couple hours to try it out before you buy it. So you can definitely give that a go before committing to one. And an honorable mention is keeping your phone as a backup phone. If you're going on a trip somewhere and you either lose your phone or your phone loses power, just having another phone with you can help you out, because you can go to anywhere that has free Wi-Fi, connect to it, and make a call through Facebook or WhatsApp. And if your phone runs out of power, you can just take the SIM card out, pop it in your old phone, as long as your plan allows you to do that. So that's another thing that you can do with your old phone. Just keep it on you in case you're going on a big trip. All right, so next we're going to take a look at tablets. So similar to old smartphones, old tablets are much slower than current ones and will require patience to do some of these projects because they are slower than more modern ones. So while tablets can do most of the things listed for smartphones, the larger screens make them more useful for other uses as well. So basically everything I already talked about, you can also use your tablets for, in addition to these ones. And likewise, the ones I'm about to talk about now, you can also use your old smartphones for these purposes, but the larger screen of the tablets make them a better choice for something like this. All right, so option one is using it as a note taker. So every iPad comes with a Notes app, and most Android devices come with Google Docs or Google Keeps that you can use to take notes on your device and keep it synced with either your iCloud or Google account so you can access them on your other devices. And this is one of those things where the larger screen on the tablet can make it easier to read your notes. And most tablets have Bluetooth, so they can connect to wireless keyboards that can make typing easier. You can even buy special cases like this one here that has a notepad in it, and you can put the tablet inside so that way you have both a written notepad and your tablet in one notebook. And as you can see here, so now you can both take notes with the stylus as well as a notepad to take notes with a pen. Another thing you can use your old tablet for is a do-it-yourself Google Home. So using an Android tablet that with voice recognition features, or an iPhone or iPad with voice recognition, you can connect it to a Bluetooth speaker and use it as a makeshift Google Home to ask questions to your device and hear the response through the speaker. So I'm actually going to demonstrate this with a smartphone. Oops. Okay. Just give me one moment here. All right, I'm just going to turn on the settings so that I can voice activate my phone. Okay, so let's try this out. Hey Google, what's the weather like in Pickering, Ontario?
It's 20 and sunny. Today, it'll be sunny with a high of 21 and a low of 11.
All right, so that might have been a bit hard to hear on the live stream. Let me try raising the volume. Okay, Google. What's the weather like in Pickering, Ontario? Okay, let me try that again. Okay, Google. What will the weather be like tomorrow?
It'll be mostly cloudy with a high of 22 and a low of 14.
Yeah, so if you have an old device that with voice recognition, you don't need to buy one of those Google Home devices. You can save money by just connecting your old phone to a Bluetooth speaker and setting up the voice recognition feature on it. You can also use this in conjunction earlier where I mentioned using your phone as an alarm clock so that you can use your voice controls to set the alarms and timers. So for certain tablets, you can even use it as a second monitor. The larger screen can make it an excellent choice for a second monitor because using a smartphone might be too small. And the app I'm going to be featuring is called SplashTop Wired X Display, and they've specifically designed their program to work on older iPads, iOS 7 or later. So this is an iPad 2. So as I mentioned, these came out in 2011. More than 10 years ago now. And I'm going to connect it to my laptop. So you just use the same cable you would use to charge it. You just plug it into your phone, into your iPad, And they do have this available for certain tablets as well. Okay, so I'm just going to pause my slideshow and open up the app on my computer. Okay, I see. So I just need to update iTunes. So you need the latest version of iTunes as well. All right, so while that's happening, I'm going to come back to that at the end. And in the meantime, I'm going to go on to the next one, which is using your old tablet as a slideshow picture frame. So rather than buying an electronic picture frame, you can use your old tablet as one. So you can set up a slideshow using the Photos app or the Gallery app on a Google device, or you can even just download. There's a whole bunch of different slideshow and gallery apps you can download from their respective app stores, and you can set that up on your device. And then if you want to go to the next level, you can buy a special frame for your device to make it look more like an old style picture frame. And let me just turn up the brightness here. Yeah, and then you can just use it as a picture frame. Just set it up on your desk, on your countertop or table, and just have it rotate between different pictures. If your tablet can still connect to the Wi-Fi reliably, you can sync it up with Google Photos or iCloud Photos app so that it can connect wirelessly to your current device, and you can always rotate out the pictures very easily from that device. The big issue with that is that because the device might have not as much storage space, it might fill up very quickly. So in those situations like that, you might want to just manually choose which pictures you want to set up on it. All right, so those were all the ideas that I will be sharing today. But I also like to leave everyone with one other thing that you can also do with your old smartphone, and that is donating it and recycling it. So even though the device might be too old for you, there are many services that can make use of your phone. So for example, CNIB, the Canadian National Institute for the Blind, they accept device donations, and they repurpose the voice recognition features on the phone, so either the Siri or the Google Assistant, to help blind people use them to help them with their day-to-day lives. And they'll give you a tax receipt for the donation of the phone. And if the device is just too damaged to use it for anything, you can always recycle it. So you can either call Durham Waste or your regional waste management facility to set up an appointment. And there are certain staple stores that have drop-off locations to recycle your waste. So that way your phone don't just end up in a landfill and the parts hopefully get reused for something. All right, and that is the end of the presentation today. Thank you for joining me today, and hopefully you learned something that you can reuse your old device for rather than just let it collect dust or throw it away. If you have any feedback or if you have any questions or you think of anything else, you can send an email to help@pickeringlibrary.ca and I'll get that. If you'd like a copy of the slideshow presentation, you can either email that email address I just mentioned or drop a message in the chat, and I will be sending those out sometime next week. And you can always share it as well on social media if you end up using any of your old devices for one of these projects, and you can tag the library in them. All right, so this is also the last presentation of MakerFest 2022. So thank you everyone for joining us today, everyone here in person and on our various streams. Thank you again for joining us, and we hope to see you next year at MakerFest 2023.